Okay, good morning. Hi guys, sorry. I set it for 10:15 because I felt like yesterday we were rushing a little bit. And then of course I was dealing with the dogs and getting my kids ready, but how's the audio? Is there an echo or are we good? Let's see. I'm going to pull the stream up. Okay, good. Thanks, Terry. Let's see. Court's not live yet, but it's doing something weird. So let me figure this out. Come on. How's that? Let's see. Okay. Let's do this for now until it goes live. No echo. Wow, look at us, guys. Aren't we doing good? So we don't have a 2-hour delay today. And so I will have to leave around 12:20-ish, and then I'll be right back. Yesterday was a little bit crazy. Yeah, mornings are crazy. But I also normally get up and I drink my coffee immediately. And now before I even leave my bedroom, I have my workout clothes on and I immediately work out. That way I have time to shower and get ready. Normally before Mason even wakes up, he sleeps in late. And then now they're like, Mom, why are you not drinking your coffee in the morning? I'm like, don't worry, it's coming. But I'm trying to think who could be coming up today for testimony. Thank you. It's from the bullseye section at Target. We finished with a witness done yesterday, right? I want him so badly because I feel like he might have bombshells to testify to, honestly. Like, what did Kouri tell him? Because all of her statements can come in as like an exception. So I just wonder what he would, there's some flying in my face, what he's going to say. There has to be something very important. But I'm trying to think. Cody Wright might testify, the partner to C&E Masonry. Okay, but see, also, after I was thinking about this last night. Sorry, my kids are yelling. Hopefully you can't hear them. They're coloring. I was thinking about it last night. In the interview with Robert that we saw on the body cam, they kept mentioning Nicole and Carmen. And I feel like even though Nicole can't add much because she literally just put Carmen in context with Robert, I feel like he still needs to be called because we've heard of her so much. Like, even if she just verifies, yeah, I gave Carmen his number and this is what I knew of him to be selling. Like, I think her perspective matters too, because what did she know he was selling that she could have told Carmen, that Carmen could have told Kouri? Like, I think it truly needs to start at the very beginning. I also want to hear from Susan, the girl who did the first buy or selling to Kouri. Hi, Abby. You guys, I'm blind, so I have to get all up in it. I'm trying to think who else they've mentioned that I want to hear from more. Is it mine or not? Is it mine? Pre-trial, Kouri's attorney said that they anticipated her testimony. I don't think she will. I think just by looking at her, there's no way she would be able to. And I honestly don't know what she would add. Like, her self-snitching is on another level, and I don't know how she could try to explain any of it away. They got into the tape now. They're trying to hang up their artwork all over the walls. I'm like, can we not on the walls at least? Okay. Like, I think I was telling you this last night, Sydney, that I feel like learning of the Google searches pre-trial was so much more like jaw-dropping, shocking than it was yesterday during trial, because they didn't say it out loud. Like, I don't know. I would have to go look if there's some type of rule where the testifying witness cannot say the words that were searched because it's not attributed to him. I don't know, but that was really bizarre how they just like zoomed in and moved on. And I feel like those will have to be summed up in closing arguments, or there has to be, like, it has to have more, because to me, not that they fell flat, and it also could be because we had already known about them, so we were anticipating them, but it was really weird how it was just like no words, like it was dead silent. Right, I don't understand that either, unless it's like some rule where you can't, but that wouldn't really make sense because he's an expert, so he should have been able to. It was really weird how they did that. I don't know if that's a Utah thing, but I did not like that. I felt like it minimized the effect of the Google searches. Yeah, it was really bizarre. And I'm trying to think what else from yesterday that we could talk about while we wait. And did you guys notice, though, on Cross of that expert? Yeah, there wasn't. But he didn't even try to touch any of the Google searches except for the one that he tried, like the luxury prisons for the rich, that he tried to attribute to Jen Shaw. And I went back and double checked. Jen Shaw, like, had maintained her innocence all the way up until pleading guilty. Like, I remember the reports of her pleading guilty, and it truly shocked me because I'm like, no way. She has maintained her innocence and was talking about taking this to trial. And then she didn't report until February 2023. But the whole year of 2022, she maintained her innocence. So that timeline was not matching. And in my head, I'm like, wouldn't that just be something? They have to bring in somebody in rebuttal, which they don't really have to. They could use their lead detective to say, no, I checked the dates. That is bogus. But it's like, that's the only Google search he tried to discredit. Yeah, no, I agree on the defense side. Ramos, I don't know. He is definitely my favorite on the defense side. Okay, and see, the thing with the bookkeeper, Allison was her name. That's Cody's wife. And they're going to call her back in the defense's case. And I just know it's going to be rage-inducing. Like, I just expect us to get to the defense case in chief, and they're going to pull out every feather out of their hat, literally. It's going to be so bad. I think they've paid people to just say what they want them to say. The time difference for me is 2 hours. So I'm 2 hours ahead of Utah time. They're mountain time. Yeah, he is rude, but I think he's definitely toned it down some. And I don't find him as off-putting as Nestor and Lewis. I think those two, like the level of disrespect that comes out of them, like addressing the judge, calling him sir, it's like, no, that's not how this works here. Yeah. And then what was I gonna say? I don't know now. Oh, like the two defense attorneys, Nestor and Lewis, the way they just say stuff that's totally not accurate. And then I think they do it to confuse people, but like yesterday, she was like, your husband called the police on Eric, didn't he? And she was like, no. And then she was like, oh, but he helped provide evidence or whatever she said, testimony. It's like, you knew that was the case. Why did you even say he called the police on Eric? And then she's always like getting it wrong. Like, this happened in Costa Rica. And Allison was like, no, actually Hawaii. It's like, if you're going to come out with that tone, you have to be right, because then you just lose it all. Mm-hmm. Which I don't envy Nestor, because she is, I don't know. I don't envy her, but she adds to it all. Definitely, like her and Kouri sitting there all day. I just want to punch them. The way they like snicker and like laugh and like do their little faces at each other, it's just so off-putting. Oh, I wanted to say this. Now that you brought up that call, we were all like, what is that picture on the left screen? It's like she had her phone in a Christmas tree, like hiding her phone. Because if you look closely, which maybe we'll do this on a break, it 100% was in a fake Christmas tree. You can see like that fake bristle or whatever, and then the fake branches. And I didn't catch this when we were watching it, but the medical examiner was like, I didn't record this call. I don't know where it came from. And the only other person it could have came from was Kouri. But I was like, went back and listened to that after we got off. And I'm like, wait a minute, that is a Christmas tree. But no, it was like, she just shoved the phone in there and was recording herself. I'm like, but this tracks too. Like, Kouri does not know how to keep her mouth shut, and she tells on herself, like with the orange notebook, where she had like timelines and she was taking notes of what she told detectives on this day so that she could keep her story straight. And just for her to record the call to be able to keep it straight in her head. Hang on a minute. No, the Emmy didn't record it, and her phone wasn't tapped at that time. So she was the only source of that call. Yeah, so she looked like she saw a ghost. Her facials give it away so bad. No, literally. When are they ever smart?
Oh, when they're ever smart.
Go on. Yes, they pulled it straight from her phone, which I found interesting because, like, the chances of stumbling upon that when going through evidence, because it looked like it was a video recording. So that's what that like Christmas tree looking thing was on the left. And then the right was the transcript they developed. But the fact that, like, just imagine being an investigator and stumbling upon that, like, cha-ching. I mean, the way they just kept finding stuff on her. Yeah, but it was definitely like, see, I hope the prosecution like closes all these loops and a like clean timeline is like, when did she call the ME? When was her Google search about how to know if the FBI is investigating you? Like, I want that all in a clear timeline, because I think that would just be like the cherry on top, that Kouri was trying to figure out what investigators knew. So by doing so, she knew she couldn't call like Detective O'Driscoll up and start, questioning him. So she went to the medical examiner. And like he said, we don't record the calls. So had she not been stupid enough to record it, that we would have probably never heard that. Okay, like, where is court? What time is it? Let's see here. Oh, you're gonna see chaos. There's like nothing that's not chaotic in my life. Also, I just think it's so much fun because I talk to like all of you in my DMs like constantly throughout the trial day. But it's also like when you step back, it's like, but nobody else knows each other, even though we're all like talking about the exact same thing. So I think it's fun that like people now can chat with each other, and it's kind of like a big group chat. I also have like ADHD, OCD, so I like to listen to things my way. And there's so many people that stream the trials and do it where they don't give commentary or don't talk. But also, I'm like always looking at the chat, and I just want to sit there and argue with people when they say like the most unhinged things. And I'm like, this is not worth my time. I'd rather just watch with like-minded people. And honestly, I love when people have disagreements or like new ideas, but it's when people just say things as like rage bait, and I take the bait. So it's a me problem, but I can't stand that in trials. Yeah, and it's like people purposely trying to be trolls. And yeah, but honestly, it's not even their chats. I've seen some wild ones too. Okay, so what does everybody think about this? Do you think the state's proving their case? I think I'm too biased, but I think the critical evidence that, for me, just what we've seen in trial is there was no THC in his system, no oxycodone, no whatever they want to say drug-wise. None of it was in his system. So they can't really say, like, he got a bad batch. And I think that the Robert interview we watched yesterday was crucial because he literally said, yes, she knew what she was buying. I would have told her that. And that corroborates what Carmen said, where Carmen was like, he told me what he had. And hang on a minute. He, like, I believe that. That sounds so real to me. I've never been in that situation, but I can definitely see where she's hitting him up and she's like, what do you got to sell? It's not like he's a pharmacy where he can just pull off his shelf and see what he has to sell. So I think that was critical. The toxicology reports, and just like the fact that they were able to piece together each time they met up to do a sale, a transaction. And what I did find interesting was in the initial police interview, he said, yeah, I continued to hit her up because she was buying high dollars, like paying a lot at a time. So he wanted that money. And I think that just that little detail corroborated Carmen's statement where she was like, he kept hitting me up afterwards. And so I met with him one more time and they were able to piece that all together. And just the fact that he told Carmen what she was purchasing, Carmen told Kouri, and then Kouri said yes and ended up with the pills. Only thing I hate is that we don't have those text messages, but Kouri wiped her phone, Carmen wiped her phone, so there was really no way to get them. So we can't really blame the state for not having that. But on the other hand, I definitely wish we would, but it's like, why else would they be meeting up if it wasn't at Kouri's direction? And I definitely agree with this. But I think I told you this too, Terry. I feel like the confusion hurts them in the long run because me personally, I lose focus listening to them try to cross-examine people. So I wonder if the jury just shuts down. Like, the state makes it make sense for us. They present it in a concise, clean manner, and we're not going to even listen to the confusion because why would we? I don't know if any of you on here, come on, have basset hounds. But mine knows when I'm busy and does everything possible to get in trouble. I swear that dog. Okay, where is Court? I'm gonna refresh. If they're live, I swear I'm sorry.
Folks, a quick scheduling note. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin at 9:30. On Friday, no trial this week. So to the extent you want to make plans for tomorrow morning or for Friday, you have a little bit of unexpected time. All right, we will proceed with additional witnesses in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Brooke Karrington.
Okay, hang on. I don't know what my thing's doing ever since I refreshed, but I'm going to fix this real quick. Hold on.
Well, it is based on accounting, but it takes it some extra steps further than that. I look for a lot of the source of funds, the disposition of funds, what the transactions really mean, more than just the balancing of transactions and getting to a black and white number at the bottom. I try to understand.
Okay, I'm trying to figure this out. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to go back to the start and let me share the screen, and I promise I'll catch us up live.
Of administrative issues to ask about. Mr. Bloodworth, give me a preview of the state's witnesses today.
Your Honor, beginning with the forensic accountant, Brooke Karrington, my sense is she takes most, if not all, of the day. But if we get on to additional witnesses, there is 3 witnesses related to insurance coverage that are lined up.
Okay, very good. With respect to Ms. Carrington, we'll need to have a plan for a 404B instruction or instructions. I'd like to do that in an efficient way, Ms. Nestor. Have you given any thought about that?
Well, I have, and my initial thought was to do just a continuing objection to everything, but the reality is there's definitely things she's going to testify to that we agree are appropriate for this trial. And there's a whole bunch of things she's going to testify to that we don't think belong in this trial. So my thought, what I was planning to do is when she got into an area that we believe falls under our original motion in limine. And I would just stand up and say, we object to 401, 403, 404B, and just make the record right then, no speaking objection, and then you can just rule, and I've made a contemporaneous objection at the time, and we don't have to stop and have arguments. I mean,
Do you have, I feel like we veered into defendant preserving her record for appeal, and that's a different than my question, but we can start there and then go back to my question.
well, I mean,
The
my
403 issue, put that aside.
Okay.
I recognize that it's possible that Ms. Karrington's testimony would get to the point where defendant would want to make a 403 objection based not on unfair prejudice, but on cumulative evidence, wasting time, things like that. And you won't know that till you see it come in. So put that aside. I've already ruled on the unfair prejudice piece. I've already ruled on the 404B issue. I need to give the jury a contemporaneous instruction, though, rather than do it every 15, 20 minutes. I thought it might be better just to do it up front at some point. And it's how to do that in a way that's fair to both sides that I'm asking about.
Well, my concern about that would be that if there's just a blanket instruction, they're not going to know which parts of her testimony that relates to.
Well, in the written jury instructions, I think we're going to have to tell them. We talked about this during the motions in limine hearing, that I think the 404B instruction will need to have some specificity about qualitatively this transaction or that transaction or this part of this transaction or this conduct in that transaction cannot be considered for, but can be considered for.
It's just that the expanse of what she's going to testify to is vast, right?
Well, maybe, I don't know.
She's going to talk about taxes. She's going to talk about business. She's going to talk about assets and liabilities. She's going to talk about.
Yeah, but not all of that is 404B information.
That's exactly my point,
Right.
Which it makes it complicated. I mean, if you're recommending that we start with just an admonishment that some of her testimony will involve, I just don't know how you do it before we get to the topic. It's so broad. I don't know how you would even word it. I mean, I'll happily sit down and try to work with the court and the state and try to come up with a broad admonishment for the beginning. I just don't know it's going to have much effect because she's going to be all over the place.
Well,
And there is a lot of what she's going to testify to that we're like, fine. I mean, it goes to motive. I'm
Yeah.
not going to be unreasonable. I recognize their theory. I disagree with it, but I recognize it. And if they're trying to establish, her financial condition at the time of death, I think that's going to come in. I'm not unrealistic about that. But I think she's going to go pretty far beyond that, right? So at that point, I feel like I'm going to want a contemporaneous objection, and I may want the court, because as you ruled, I think wisely in the motion in limine hearing, a lot of this you can't tell till you hear it as it comes in, because it may have a foundation and it may not. And if it doesn't, I may want to be heard at that time and say, look, we shouldn't even go into any of this because they haven't established how it's linked to motive. They haven't established how it's linked to relevance to this case because of the temporal distance, because it's so far removed from any argument of motive. And at that point, we may need to have a quick break and just talk about it. But I'm going to try to, not be unrealistic about what I expect you will allow in. But I also want the ability to object when I think she's gone way past what we're doing.
okay. Can we have an agreement that there will be no speaking objection?
Yes, I wasn't planning on doing that anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
That may be the best we can do for now, Mr. Bloodworth. Any other suggestions?
And I mean, I would say 4143444B, but I won't elaborate.
That's fine.
I've got to at least put some ground on the record.
Yeah, and just don't say the same three rules every time unless you mean it.
Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on this? The hope was to try and not unnecessarily slow down the presentation of evidence, but it just may not be possible to do what I am suggesting.
Your Honor, I think it's possible. It's interesting. I don't know. I think the defense, by objecting all along, may draw attention to the amount of 404B evidence.
Well, they're allowed to make that choice, though.
So it seems to me if that's their choice, let's roll with it.
All right, we'll take it. We'll do it in real time. If we need to take a break and have a more fulsome conversation, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. Take it, please.
What are these two yahoos doing just standing up?
Folks, a quick scheduling note. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin at 9:30. On Friday, no trial this week. So to the extent you want to make plans for tomorrow morning or for Friday, you have a little bit of unexpected time. All right, we will proceed with additional witnesses in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Brooke Karrington.
Ms. Karrington, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Brooke Karrington.
Is that spelled Karrington?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic accountant.
What is a forensic accountant?
Well, it is based on accounting, but it takes it some extra steps further than that. I look for a lot of the source of funds, the disposition of funds, what the transactions really mean, more than just the balancing of transactions and getting to a black and white number at the bottom. I try to understand more of the landscape and more of why things make sense and why they don't in the financial documentation that I look at.
More of a narrative?
Yes.
What, ma'am, is your education and training in forensic accounting?
I've been at this for 38 years, and I have a bachelor's in English, I have an MBA, and I have several certifications that support that.
Who's your employer?
I have a firm. It's a small firm. We're based in Salt Lake City.
Do you teach or present as it relates to forensic accounting?
Yes, I've presented many times over the years to Masters of Accounting students, mostly quite often at the business school at the University of Utah. and I am the adjunct professor of the Fraud Examination and Forensic Accounting course at the University of Utah's Business School.
Did you also have a hand in developing the curriculum for that course?
I did. I created it from scratch. I got no help.
You had two hands.
2 hands.
Ma'am, have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in state cases?
State cases, yes.
Federal cases?
Federal cases, yes.
Have you testified on behalf of both plaintiffs and plaintiffs and defendants,
That's correct, yes.
and both the state and the defense?
Yes.
About how many times?
Hundreds. I don't know how many.
When did you begin testifying?
I think the first time I testified for real was probably in 1991 or 2, something like that.
And consistently since then?
Yeah, fairly consistently, yes.
Did the state engage you to forensically examine Kouri Richins' finances and related business practices leading up to and shortly after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
And to value Eric Richins' estate at the time of his death?
Yes, that's right.
Did the state put any restrictions whatsoever on the scope of your forensic examination?
None.
Did the state restrict the time frame?
No.
Did the state restrict the types of transactions?
No.
The types of loans involved?
No.
Any restrictions at all?
No.
Did the state engage you on May the 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Is Summit County paying you for your time?
Yes, they are.
Are they paying you at your customary rate?
Yes, that's right.
Prior to the state engaging you, did you perform forensic accounting work for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes, I did.
What accounting work did you perform for the estate of Eric Richins?
As I recall, most of the focus at that time was the use by Kouri Richins of the estates, the family money, and particularly the home equity line of credit that she had taken out against the home where the family lived.
Did there come a time when you stopped working for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, I began working for them when Kouri Richins had filed a lawsuit against Katie Benson as the trustee of Eric's estate. And so that was the very end of April into May of 2022. And then I worked throughout that summer. And then at some point, the estate got new attorneys. And I had a Zoom call, maybe 2 with them to kind of get them up to speed. And then after that, I didn't have a role in the case. I recall maybe they asked me for some follow-up to clarify some of the work that I'd already done. So it's really hard for me to determine exactly when I stopped working, but by the fall of 2022, I was done. I did have some additional kind of follow-up stuff. It's kind of a cloudy answer, but that's my best guess.
Did the estate of Eric Richins pay you approximately $14,000 for your services?
Yes.
After they paid you, did you have any further interaction with the estate of Eric Richins?
No.
Ma'am, what documents did you study to conduct your forensic analysis related to this case?
I've reviewed probably hundreds of thousands of documents and their deeds of properties, the loan agreements for the loans on those properties, loan agreements for a set of payday loans that Kouri Richins had, the UCC filings that are filed with the state of Utah associated with many of those loans, bank account statements for 27 accounts, and those include the family account that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins shared, from which they paid their household expenses, Eric's business accounts, Kouri Richins' business accounts, her personal accounts, checking accounts at America First Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, credit card accounts, the home equity line of credit account. I also reviewed, were we just talking documents?
Yeah, let's continue with documents. Did you
Okay.
review any emails?
Tons of emails for many different purposes. I reviewed insurance policies and insurance payout documents, the estate planning documents like the will, the trust, the premarital agreement, the buy-sell agreement that Eric Richins and his business partner had for their business. I've reviewed the real estate purchase contracts, the REPSIs for most or all of the properties, specifically the 12 or 13 on the big Midway house.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody? Did you speak with anyone as part of your analysis?
I did.
Who did you speak with, or what types of people did you speak with?
Okay, so I interviewed a number of people, interviewed the CPA who had done tax accounting work for the Richins. I interviewed the realtor, Mike Momrose. I interviewed the insurance companies. I interviewed bank representatives. I interviewed lenders. I interviewed the prior owner of the big Midway house, the current owners of the Midway house, the building department of Wasatch County, that's the permitting entity for the big Midway house. I
Did
feel like
you-
I'm missing somebody, but
Did you interview any representatives from insurance companies?
yes, I did.
Your Honor, can we approach for just a moment?
So did Bloodworth say she was going to take up most of the day? I thought that's what he said. I know, it's like, what is she even objecting to at this point? Nothing's came out besides what she did and who she talked to. And that means that Nestor's going to be crossing this woman. So we have that to look forward to. Okay, she testified at Kouri's original, her detention hearing, and a couple other times.
What, ma'am, is your methodology or process for forensically examining someone's finances?
My process usually begins with the bank account statements, because that tells a lot about a business or a person, and helps me understand the landscape of things and helps create a narrative, because those are the things where it tells me the source of funds, how much it is, how often it comes in, how it's used. And you think about someone who has young kids at home, their expenses are going to look very different than people who are later on in their life. And so it describes a lot. And then also what's left over at the end of the month, and what things look like over time. And that helps me understand then. I get to know an account specifically, and I get to know what's typical in that account. And then therefore it helps me understand what is atypical, so what's not typical. And it also helps me understand the different points along a chronology about what happened when, and that is also very informative.
Does that inform the narrative that you referenced?
Yes, it does.
Let's please now step through how you applied your methodology in this case, okay?
Okay.
Did you apply your methodology in this case by first analyzing Kouri Richins' bank accounts?
That was my beginning point, yes.
What bank accounts did she have?
She had her business account for K. Richins Realty, and that's at America First Credit Union. And we refer to the the bank account number by the last 4 digits, just for brevity, 6577. And then she had a personal checking account at America First Credit Union that's technically a joint checking account. It was opened about the time that Eric and Kouri Richins got married. Over time, I can't see any indication that Eric ever even used that account. So that's what I refer to as Kouri's personal account, 5244. Her Navy Federal Credit Union account, there's just, there's a line of credit there and a checking account. The checking account especially is one that becomes important. The family account at America First Credit Union, that's where the household expenses were paid. It's a joint account. 2204 is that one. And then I know you asked me about Kouri's accounts, but I also looked at Eric's business accounts, 7664, and then he also had a personal account.
Let's go back to Kouri Richins' account.
Okay.
You mentioned business accounts. To analyze her business accounts, did you first have to understand her business?
Yes, that's helpful.
Scott, can I get 4-4, please? Can you see 4-4? I'm sorry, I'm locked out here.
Yes, I can.
It requires a password, Your Honor.
No problem.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the business registration that K. Richins Realty filed with the state of Utah. And this was returned in response to a subpoena that the prosecution sent to the state.
Your Honor, the state moves 4-4 into evidence.
No objection.
States 4-4 is admitted.
Your Honor, can the court publish it, please?
There you go.
Okay, ma'am. What, beginning with the header, does this document tell us?
It tells us the registration number, which is a number the state gives it. The business name is K. Richins Realty, LLC. It's a limited liability company. It was registered April 26th of 2019.
Page 2, Scott. What, ma'am, does this page tell us?
Well, it repeats the name of the business, K. Richins Realty. Article 2 shows that it's in the business of selling and buying real estate.
Did you investigate kind of what part of the selling and buying of real estate business Kouri Richins was involved in?
Yes.
What part?
Well, she's a licensed realtor, but mostly she's in the business of buying and selling real estate for the purpose of fixing and flipping it. So buying a home, remodeling it, rehabbing it, and selling it.
If you could look down at Article 3, what information does this provide?
This shows who the registered agent is and that is Kouri Richins, and the 282 Willow Court in Camas is the family home.
Did you investigate whether K. Richins Realty used any additional business addresses?
Yes,
Did she?
yes,
Do you know that address?
yes. It's a P.O. Box in Camas, P.O. Box 759 in Camas.
Page 3, please, Scott. What does Article 4 tell us?
Article 4 is the section where the members of that company are listed, and this lists Eric Richins at the family home.
Can we go back down, Scott? Next page, please. What, ma'am, does this tell us?
So this is, as it states, the summary of the online changes. It's very typical for companies when ownership changes or the address changes that they can go into the portal and change things. So this shows that 4 days later, the previous member was changed to be Kouri Richins, removing Eric Richins.
So am I right then that the business was registered on April the 26th and then in Eric Richins' name, and then 4 days later, the member was changed to Kouri Richins?
That's right.
Going forward, did the member remain Kouri Richins?
That's correct. I've checked it periodically and there have been no changes.
Thanks, Scott. Ma'am, what in terms of financing and accounting is an alter ego?
An alter ego is where there are a couple of businesses or a business and a person that are so related that they're indistinguishable. And that can be the commingling of funds, or one relies so heavily on the other for capitalization. There's such a sameness that there's no distinguishing one from the other.
Did you analyze the relationship between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty to determine whether there are any indicators that they are alter egos of each other?
I did.
Are there any indicators?
There are many, yes.
And what are they?
The use of funds, the transfer of funds between the business and the person assist each other. There is a sameness, the same addresses are used, the same accounts are used. The business account is primarily for business, but there are many personal expenses that do appear there. And so, and the capitalization for the business squarely comes from the acts of Kouri Richins.
When analyzing Kouri Richins' business and personal accounts, what first struck you?
Well, I usually take a first pass and just to try and absorb things. And when I got to October of 2021, there are many transactions that didn't clear the bank. Either they didn't clear the bank without a fee. Some of them were overdrafted and paid by the bank, and some were just returned non-sufficient funds. Most of us know that as NSF. And the account was perpetually in the hole. Even though there was money coming in, it was going out at a very exhaustive pace. And then
Let me stop you there. We'll unpack this bit by bit.
Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-106 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Can't see it. My apologies.
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This is drawn directly from the K. Richins Realty account 6577 at America First Credit Union.
State moves to admit 5-106 Delta.
No objection.
States 5-106 Delta is admitted.
Can the court publish it, please?
Done.
Okay, let's zoom in on this. What generally does this exhibit depict?
So this is just the overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions for each of these months, just in that one account. And so I started in January of 2021, and this follows through March of 2022.
Does this provide us, or does this tell us that for that 15-month period, there were 236 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions from that single account?
That's correct. So
And that the amount of transactions that tried to pass but didn't was $360,000?
that's right.
And that as a result of that, this account was assessed $5,600 in fees?
That's correct.
Does this exhibit provide you as a forensic accountant any information regarding trends?
Yes. As I mentioned before, I try to understand the chronology of things, and so understand kind of what is typical for an account. So when things change, I can understand that a little bit more, or at least seek to find an understanding of it. So if you go down the number of transactions column, what I did is just count up the number of transactions in a particular month, and you can see that for most of the year 2021, it's minimal, de minimis, not really that big of a deal, relatively speaking. And then in October through the end of March, it's a drastic increase in funds that did not clear the bank, or transactions that didn't clear the bank without a fee. And then if you go over to the amount column, that represents the amount. I just added up the transactions, the value of each transaction in each of those months. So like in November and December, those are separate buckets of transactions that she tried to pay without a fee, and that didn't happen. So 91,000 each of those months.
So let me just pick an example. December. Does this show that in December she had 77 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions totaling $91,000?
That's what that says, yes.
That costs $2,000 in fees.
Yes,
And that upward trend began in October and continued through March.
that is correct.
Did you trace these overdraft and non-sufficient fund transactions?
I did.
What did she use the money for?
A lot of them were debt payments or expenses that she either paid or attempted to pay to rehab vendors, like contractors and subs and trades for her properties.
Did she also try to pay herself?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get 5-109 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This also drew from that same account at America First, the K. Richins Realty account 6577, and the personal account 5244 in some instances, and then also that Navy Federal Credit Union checking account for Kouri Richins.
The state moves to admit 5-109 Delta.
No objection.
5-109D is admitted.
Okay, can we go in, Scott, please? Zoom on that, that kind of left-hand block. Perfect. What, ma'am, does this depict?
They are pairs. And so on the left hand, these are the checks that Kouri Richins wrote from her Navy Federal Credit Union account to herself and deposited them into the America First Credit Union accounts. And they were returned unpaid. They bounced.
So does this show that Kouri Richins wrote approximately $60,000 in checks to herself beginning in August of 2021 through May of 2022 that bounced?
That's correct.
And she wrote them from a checking account that had a balance of either that had a balance that ranged between negative $51 and $29.
That's right.
So taking the December 23rd, 2021 line as an example, does this show that on December the 23rd, Kouri Richins wrote a check from her Navy Federal account for $10,000, deposited that in her America First Credit Union account at a time that she was $51 in the hole on her Navy account?
That's correct. She wrote two of those checks, the one for $10,000 and then the next one for $4,000.
Got it. Then there was another $10,000 the next day, right?
That's right.
Thanks, Scott.
It's frozen up again.
No problem. Let's fix it. One moment, please. Scott, if you'd unplug and plug back in. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, ma'am, you mentioned how in analyzing the non-sufficient and overdraft fund transactions, that beginning in October, there was an increase in the number of overdraft and NSF transactions. Did that cause you to then drill down into the October through March bank statements?
I did, yes.
Scott, can I please get 5-29 Delta? Echo. Foxtrot. Golf. Hotel. Ma'am, do you recognize Exhibit 5-29D through H?
Yes, I do.
Generally, what are they?
They are the America First Credit Union bank account statements for the K. Richins Realty account 6577 from October 21 to February 22 that America First Credit Union responded pursuant to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibits 529D through H into evidence.
No objection.
5-29D through H are admitted.
Scott, can we bring up, please, 529D to publish? Ma'am, for those of us whose spouses handle the banking, what are we looking at?
This is a bank account statement.
What I'd like to do is, well, did you analyze this bank account statements and the others to Oh, did you analyze that?
Yes, I did.
If agreeable, can you maybe grab, there's a hand mic up there.
That's okay. If you promise to stay tethered to the podium and turn your lav off, this will work.
I just turned it off, yeah.
There you go.
Thanks, Judge.
Ms. Carrington, what I'd like you to do, please, is walk the jury through how you analyze this bank statement. Oh, we have a pointer.
And I don't really agree.
And please ask Scott to blow it up, highlight it.
Okay. This is where, Scott, would you please, let's start with the header. I don't know. Okay, so this is the header that shows. Scott, am I doing this right? Okay, this is the header. So this will show the owner of the account. This is K. Richins Realty LLC. This is that PO Box 759 in Camas that we talked about. And then this is the account statement for October 31st of 2021. Here's the account number 6577. And then this section below is the summary account, the summary of the account. So there's a share savings that is reported on this bank account statement along with the checking account. And it shows at the end of the month, these two accounts were in the negative $1,684.75. So this is that same month that we've just been talking about. And so then I would start to look at the transactions. So Scott, can we do the body, please? Maybe just the checking is fine. Okay, so what happens here is we have the posted date. The effective date is like the date of that the transaction came through, and then the posted date is when it is posted to the account. So you can see in the body here under the description, some of them are very descriptive. You can tell who the payee is. That's the entity who receives the money on this transaction. Some do not. They say bank-to-bank transfer, and we'll go back to that in a little bit. And then you go over here to the transaction amount. I'm just going to skip it. Excuse me. You go here to the transaction amount, and these are negatives, meaning they're paid out of the account. And if they do not have a negative here, that's a deposit into the account. And then on the far right is the running total balance of the account. Sorry.
I have it.
Did you? Oh, thank you. Okay, Scott, can we go to the next page, please? So, oh, I'm sorry. Can we back up a little bit? Back to the first page, transactions. Sorry. Okay, so this part here, down here, these automatic withdrawals. Chemical Bank is the payment on a HELOC. It's usually more than $100, but that's what that is. And then the Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava are going to become familiar names. Those four I could see posting on October 1st. And then Scott, could we please go to the second page? And then you can see that those, we'll get to those in a second. She also has Boomerang ×3 and Fund Fi. And so the Boomerang ones we can describe in a minute are property payments that are monthly. And this Fund Fi is $3,107 that she obligated to pay every single week. Can we go down to the bottom, please? Okay, stop. A little bit up, please. Okay, right there is good. Okay, so remember those names from before. We can get to here. Remember these 4 names, Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava. Those were paid on October 1st. They're also paid on October 4th, down here on October 5th, and then on October 6th. These are 4 payday lenders. They're accounts receivable loans where she's committed to pay every single day these amounts over here. So $2,100 a day plus the other ones that we've noted. And so,
Sure. Are you also, well, scroll down and if you could also, what if anything are you seeing about, I gotta be tethered. What if anything are you seeing about the balance history as you're looking at this?
so I'm looking here. Let's see if I can get this to go over to the running total over here on the side. You can see at the top of where we're looking here, she gets down to about $2,600 in the account. And then here comes $16,800 into the account, bumps it back up. And then there's those daily payments that she has to pay. And then she gets another bump of $18,900. And then down here at the bottom, you see this $39,000 coming in. That's a deposit from Merchant Capital. So those are representing incoming funds to the account. And so that caused me to look at where those are coming from, especially these that say just the bank-to-bank transfer up here. I'm sorry, this is not working. This bank-to-bank transfer here, this bank-to-bank transfer here. So where did those come from? And so that caused me then to look at the UCC filings.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please? Does that trend of automatic withdrawals to service debt just continue throughout the month of October?
Yes, it did. You can see, again, the same devices, and I don't agree. I'm so sorry. Okay, you can see the same payments here. Then she's added a few. Here's the Advantage platform is a new one. And then you go down here, FundFi Merchant is a new one. Greengrass Capital is one that she's been paying for a while. And this one will be significant. Kind of put a pin in this one, $5,438. So she's got all these others that are daily payments. FundFi and Greengrass Capital are weekly payments. And so what I started to do was calculate how much were these debt payments and who were these lenders, what are these loans? And so she's obligated herself on these, the consistent for of $2,100 every day. So that's about $10,000 a week. And then she adds the FundFi for $3,100 and the Greengrass for $5,438. And that's every single week she has to come up with that money just to stay current and avoid default, because the default clauses on all of these, they're already starting at high interest rates. But if they go into default, the interest rate almost doubles.
And then, ma'am, what else as we go through? We can just go down, maybe, Scott, to the end of the statement. Just scroll through so we can look at the balance history. What is the balance history, if anything, telling you?
Well, the balance history fluctuates greatly, right? And it hovers into the low figures, and then it goes into the negative. And then this is what I'm talking about, where you see here, like on, starting on about October 13th, these start to be overdrawn, and they were paid initially. And then you look over here at the account balance, it starts to go into the negative. And so then that, if you, let's go to the next page. Just maybe start at the top. And so then you can see here that the top ones were returned. They incurred a fee. She's got a little bit of money coming in, but not much. And then can we scroll down, please? Then this just really caught my eye that something obviously was going on at this time. Here she's trying to pay for business expenses, for debt payments, a couple of personal expenses, and these are all being returned. And she's $6,000 in the hole at the end of this page. Could we go to the next page, please? She has a new deposit from a new lender, One Main Financial, on October 20th for $31,680. And then she used that money, as you can see. You just pay attention to the balance on the right-hand side. She used that to pay debt. And then you can also see here on the 20th, she's got CashNet USA, which is a new one. Can we scroll down a little bit more, please? Oh, let's stop here. Right here on October 22nd, this bank-to-bank transfer, she's got $77,000 that comes in here. This is where she's sold one of her properties. So in addition to selling her properties, and she's got the accounts receivable loans, the payday loans, she has money coming in. But then I started to look at the velocity, how quickly, how long did that money last? And so if we keep scrolling down, you can see, and can we continue, please? Next page. She pays for some rehab expenses for painters and things like that. She's managing the business using some of her revenues from her sales of properties, but then she's also incurring more and more debt because it's not enough. And you can see here on October 27th, she's got a new one for QSF Capital. And this payment, so there's QFS Capital. This lender gives her the income in stages. And then you see down, Scott, can you highlight October 27th where QFS Capital, down, that one, please? The $1,689.75. And that's a payment that she needs to pay every day in order to stay current on that. So that's on top of the other loans that she already has to pay. You can see down on the 28th, the very bottom line of this screen, on October 28th, you can see another payment right there for QFS Capital of $1,689.75. And so then back to my process, I start to look at this and try to understand where this money is coming from, who these lenders are, where the money is going to, and what's the end game.
Perfect. I'll take
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, that was the October statement, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
My fault.
Fine.
We're not going to go through November, December, January, February, but let me ask you, do those months present the same as October?
Yeah, and the fundamental nature, yes.
And by fundamental nature, do you show that, or do you mean that she had similar debt service throughout that time period?
Similar, yes. I mean, there are changes, of course, but yes, the same fluctuations in the bank account, the same in adding new lenders consistently, and using a lot of the new money to pay for debt.
Do those other statements present the same low balance history?
Yes,
Does she deplete whenever she receives funds into the account? Does she deplete them with similar velocity?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
yes,
So you just said that analyzing this statement caused you to caused you to next analyze her debt. Is that right?
that's right.
Let's turn there, please. Scott, can I get 5-13 Delta? And I think there are 4 pages. If you could scroll through them, please. 5-113. Ma'am, do you recognize that?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you review to prepare it?
So this was a combination of the bank account statements, the loan documents for the accounts receivable payday loans, the credit card accounts, her lines of credit at different banks, and the home equity line of credit.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-113 Delta.
No objection.
5-113D is admitted.
Can we please publish the first page? Ma'am, what does this depict?
So in that same time period as before, starting in January of 2021 through March of 2022, the total debt she owed on
Okay, I don't know what's happening. I'm going to refresh it.
You mentioned the 60 was a draw. So, ma'am, do you recognize that?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you review to prepare it?
So this was a combination of the bank account statements, the loan documents for the accounts receivable payday loans, the credit card accounts, her lines of credit at different banks, and the home equity line of credit.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-113 Delta.
No objection.
5113D is admitted.
Can we please publish the first page? Ma'am, what does this depict?
So in that same time period as before, starting in January of 2021 through March of 2022, the total debt she owed on credit cards, and the payday loans.
Does this exhibit show that between January 21 and March of 22, her debt was generally increasing except for a dip between, call it August and February?
That's correct.
And that whole time, the amount she was paying to service that debt remained generally the same except for a blip in April of 2021?
That's right.
Scott, can I get page 2 of this exhibit, please? And we can take down page 3. Ma'am, what does this depict?
This is that same concept. I just wondered if we might want to discuss this without the real estate. So this is just the loans, the lines of credit, the credit cards, payday loans, So I've just taken out the loans on the properties.
So does this, for example, show that in March of 22, she owed $800,000 in non-real estate debt?
That's what this shows, yes.
And she was also that month paid about $80,000 to service the debt,
That's right.
which is about the same $80,000 she was paying to service everything.
It is the same. And for most of her real estate loans were balloons. So her notes were balloons, like a 6 month. She'd borrow here and they did not require monthly pay. Most of them did not require monthly payments. And so that's why you'd see the same numbers there.
Scott, can we split that with page 4, please? Is this again then the graph of what's on the left-hand side?
That's right. So the same concept, just without the loans on the real estate.
The total debt owed seems to flatline about October 2021.
Yes, it pretty much does. Yeah.
Why?
There are a lot of reasons why. I don't know all of them. It looks to me like she's just exhausted her funding sources, and there are very few new funding sources that kind of come in after that first period. You know, we talked a lot about some of the new ones. Kind of after that, there weren't a lot of new ones. And so that's the explanation I believe is correct.
Thank you, Scott. Does understanding Kouri Richins' debt narrative begin with any particular loan?
Yes.
What loan?
When she started her business, the home equity line of credit that was taken out in March of 2019.
What is a home equity line of credit?
So it is a loan, but the funds are held and they're available for a borrower to draw from as needed. So it could sit there just as an open line of credit and not be used. And it's based on whatever equity that someone has in their home.
And was the home involved the home that she and Eric Richins and their children lived in?
Yes, it did.
Scott, can I get 6-1, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the warranty deed from November of 2012, in which Eric Richins took ownership of the property that he bought from Clint and Katie Benson. This is the Willow Court home.
Your Honor, the state moves 6-1 into evidence.
No objection.
State 6-1 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on kind of the top half. Ma'am, what information does this provide?
So the warranty deed is a transfer of ownership. And so shows that Clint and Katie Benson previously owned the property, and Eric Richins is the new owner of the property. Lot D11 Wild Willow subdivision is the part of the legal description. And then finally, there is the date of November 9th, 2012.
Was this the warranty deed in place on the home at the time the HELOC was taken out?
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up 5-4?
Your Honor, we would, at this point, lodge a 404B objection to this document and all the testimony that flows from it.
Would you approach, please?
Okay, let me fast forward. Are they at sidebar or what's going on? Like trying to gather these kids up. Let's see. Yeah, they're at sidebar.
State moves to admit 5-4.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
Just same objection, but I understand what was said at the bench.
Okay. States 5-4 is admitted. I'll publish it now.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that top third. Yep. Ma'am, what is this?
This is the HELOC, the home equity line of credit. This is the agreement that kind of outlines the terms of the loan.
And who does it identify as the borrower?
Eric Richins.
And what does it identify as the credit limit on the loan?
$250,000.
Scott, if you can scroll down, please, to the first signature. Actually, it may be the only signature. Can you zoom in on the signature, please? Ma'am, who does this show signed as the borrower?
The borrower was Eric Richins, but signed by Kouri Richins as attorney in fact.
And she signed as attorney in fact for Eric Richins on March the 19th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, please. 5-89 Delta. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the HELOC statements from TCF Bank / Huntington Bank.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-89 Delta.
No objection.
5-89D is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this depict?
So along the top are the months, every other month, but each bar represents a month. And the negative numbers indicate the balance of the loan as of that month. So for example, on March 1st, March of 2019, there was a draw of $60,000 shortly after the loan was approved. And so that stayed at that balance for a few months. And then following that, every month I've just taken the balance of the account and depicted it in a bar.
And the bars go downward because this is a negative number. It's the amount owed.
That's right. And so I've got like on the left-hand side, those are negative numbers. And you can see the negative 250,000. That's the limit, the credit limit of this loan. And so you can see relative to the credit limit where the balance was in any given month.
What did you determine was the balance on the HELOC at the time of Eric Richins' death?
At the time of his death, it was over its limit, $254,000.
Did you analyze the payments made towards this balance?
Yes.
You mentioned the 60 was a draw. So what did your analysis show regarding payments?
With the exception of one, the payments were interest-only payments, so the minimum payment. And then you can see in October of 2020, there's a rise in the balance. There was a $50,000 payment made in October 2020. And so that's why the balance is different there. And then by the June and July of 2021, it was at its balance or exceeding.
So am I right then that but for the one $50,000 payment in October 2020, the only payments were minimum monthly interest payments?
That's correct.
Were you able to trace the HELOC draws to see where the money went?
Yes.
What did you determine?
They were by and large for rehab expenses related to Kouri Richins projects.
Let me back up half a step. When you analyze the payment history, what were the source of the payment? What was the source of the payments?
The source of the payments that made those interest-only payments and the $50,000, those were from the K. Richins Realty accounts and sometimes from the Kouri's personal checking 5244 from America First.
So am I right then that the money was drawn from the HELOC to support Kouri Richins' business, and the payments were made from Kouri Richins to the HELOC.
That's correct.
Any transaction history involving Eric Richins?
Not that I could see. I've looked at every transaction available. I couldn't see any.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 5-6, please?
Sorry, Scott. Let me work on that. Scott, if you would briefly disconnect and reconnect so I can see your connection again. Thank you, sir.
She is fuming. Like, this testimony bothers her more than the medical examiner.
There you go, Mr. Bloodworth.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please?
Would you scroll through this one more time for me, Scott?
Hey, can you stop there for just a minute?
One more page. Okay. I now understand. Go ahead.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the original draw of $60,000, a copy of that. And this was from TCF National Bank / Huntington Bank in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-6.
No objection.
5-6 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on the check. Ma'am, who's the check made out to?
It's payable to Eric Richins.
And do you know why?
Object to speculation.
You lay a little foundation.
Ms. Karrington, who was the home equity line of credit? Who was the borrower for the home equity line of credit?
Eric Richins.
Is it typical for the borrower to be the named payee on draws of an account?
Yes.
Did you trace where the $60,000 went?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 5-7?
Your Honor, at this point, I renew my 404B objection.
Would you folks approach for a second?
So 404B is more prejudicial than probative. So when she says that, it just highlights how bad this is for Kouri. And I can't wait to see how she attempts this cross, because financial evidence is financial evidence. Like, it is what it is. You can't play with the numbers. So I think her method of attack is going to just be, you didn't know, Eric. You don't know what Eric knew or didn't know. You don't know if Kouri was telling him this or if he was aware of this. But, like, clearly he wasn't, because he had a successful business. And Eric would have shut her down so fast if he knew this is what was going on. So I'm really curious what her method is going to be, but let me fast forward a little bit.
Forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, did you move to admit 5-7?
I did not. I do so now.
Okay. Any additional objection, Ms. Nestor?
Not other than what I've already covered, Your Honor.
Okay. 5-7 is admitted. There you go.
Ms. Carrington, what are we looking at?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins. This is that personal checking account 5244 for April of 2019, which would have covered the March of 2019 transactions.
And did you trace that 60,000 draw that we just looked at into this account?
I did.
Can you please show us where it lands in this account?
Yes, I think it's the second. You can see on March 29th, there's a deposit of $60,000 into the account.
Did you then trace the funds from that account?
I did.
Where did the funds go?
Basically for rehab expenses and debt payments. Well, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Scott, can I get 6-23D, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the loan documents for the different properties, the deeds, the warranty deeds and trust deeds for the properties, the bank account statements for K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins. I think that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-23 Delta.
It's just the one page, right?
It is.
Okay.
No objection.
6-23 Delta is admitted.
Ms. Carrington, what does this depict?
This is what I've called the purchase timeline, and it depicts the purchase of the properties in these years by K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins.
What trend information, if any, does this depiction provide?
Well, the numbers of there are a couple of things. The numbers of projects from 1 in 2019 to 5 in 2020 to 15 in 2021, and then finally the one large project in 2022. And then also the aggregate amount. So this is based on the purchase price. So she purchased one for $215,000 in 2019, and then when you get to 21, it's $6.7 million for all of those projects.
What does your teaching and training tell you about, if anything, about rapid growth in a business?
I look at a lot of businesses, and it doesn't matter what kind of industry or what kind of business or what kind of solvency they have. Managing growth is really challenging, and managing this kind of exponential growth is challenging for any kind of a business. And so this depicts that, I mean, you don't really need to know much else, but to see a growth from 5 projects to 15 from one year to the next, or 2.2 to 6.7 in 1 year, that presents a challenge for anybody.
Did you analyze each of the purchases depicted here?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 6-24 Delta, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
A lot of those same documents, a lot of the deeds, the warranty deeds, trust deeds, the trust deeds show or reflected of the loan. So all the loan documents, the primary lender, all the second, third, and fourth lender, position lenders that I call rehab lenders, the settlement statements for the purchase, the settlement statements for the sale, and then what the rehab expenses were. And for that, I've used what Kouri Richins reported to her tax preparer, and then I did an analysis of every transaction in her accounts to understand what the expenses
We'll get there
were.
in a minute. Thank you.
Okay,
I want to admit it first.
sorry.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-24 Delta.
No objection.
6-24D is admitted.
Scott, can you show that in split screen, 2 pages?
Mr. Bloodworth, for me personally, will you identify a spot where we can take a restroom break?
Yes, Your Honor, I got it planned out right after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, do each of these columns, and we're going to drill down in some here in a minute, but do each of these columns vertically depict one of those transactions, one of those
Yeah.
property transactions?
Yes, each column is one property.
Scott, let's zoom in on the far left column and the first property. Can you please explain to the jury what that far left column, purchase, sale, rehab expenses, depicts?
Yes. So at the top, it's the 550 house. The address is 550 and 550, and it's in Heber. So I call it the 550 house. It was $215,000 to purchase.
I'm sorry, ma'am, let me stop you. I mean, interrupt. I'm one column to the left.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first section is the purchase. So that's the purchase, what she borrowed to buy it. And there were other funds that she borrowed, and then the closing costs. And so the equity in the property at the time of the purchase.
Okay. And then what's the next column? The next section, the sales section?
That's so when she sold it, what was the sales price? She had to repay those borrowed funds. If I knew the closing costs, I've included them. If I haven't, if I wasn't sure I had the final settlement statement, I didn't include it. And then I get what the net proceeds were at the time of the sale. So that would have been the amount that landed in her bank account.
Okay. And then the bottom rehab expenses section. What is that and how did you calculate it?
So the rehab expenses, as I said, that she reported some to her tax preparer, her CPA, and most of the times I went back to her bank account and I looked at her memo notations about which project a specific expense was for. They're not all labeled.
Let me stop you there.
Okay.
Why did you not use the expenses that she gave to her tax CPA?
They were not correct.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yep. Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am, you said you did not use expense reporting to the tax accountants because they were inaccurate. How then did you determine the rehab expenses?
So I went through every transaction in that K. Richins Realty 6577 account. And I looked at the check copies and I looked at the notations. Sometimes the transactions had a notation or a payee in the body of the statement. So I took those, and quite often Kouri Richins would write on a check, this is for Mill Creek, or this is for Centerville, or this is for Sandy. And so then I've taken those at face value, and it's a sorting exercise. So that's how I arrived at this number.
Were you able to allocate all rehab expenses to particular projects?
I was not.
So if it's shown in the accounting for one particular project, you can definitely trace it to that project.
Based on Kouri Richins' notations, yes.
And by using the approach of not allocating expenses unless you were certain, is that a conservative approach to accounting?
Back to leading.
Let's let him finish the question, then I'll rule on it. Would you state it again for me, sir?
By not allocating expenses to a particular project unless you could trace them to that project, is that a conservative accounting approach?
It is.
Overruled.
Does it underestimate the expenses for one particular project?
It does. For example, in 2021, there's $400,000 of expenses that I can tell go to trades or vendors, her subs, for projects, but I can't tell what project they're for. So there's $400,000 in 2021.
So that 400,000 doesn't even appear on this entire chart,
That's right.
but you know they were expenses towards rehab.
They were the same payees. So yes.
You also mentioned that you didn't include closing costs at sale unless you were certain of them.
Right, because there are different versions, different draft versions of a settlement statement, and they change as the title company's trying to get to the final number. So if I wasn't confident that was the final one that I had, then I've left that blank.
Okay. Now let's talk about the net proceeds, the 100. Let's go into the 550 house. That's just the first one. We'll take it as an example, okay?
Okay,
So she purchased that house for $215,000, is that right?
that's right.
And she borrowed $221 initially on it,
Yes,
and she had $7,000 in closing costs.
yes,
So does that first total negative $13,800 show that the minute she closed on the house, she was $13,800 in the hole?
that's right.
And is that why it is color-coded red on your chart?
Yes,
Okay, and then she rehabbed it,
that's correct.
and she sold it. And she sold it for $404,000.
Yes,
But she had all kinds of transaction costs. She had to repay borrowed funds. She had closing costs, perhaps none on this project. And at the end of the day, when she sold it, what amount of money hit her bank account?
$145,802,
And how do you know that?
because it hit her bank account.
And can you see it in her bank account statements?
Yes,
Now, we get down to the rehab expenses for the 550 house, that column. You were able to trace $98,000 to it.
yes,
There may be more out there, but you were only able to trace $98,000 to it.
yes,
So for this project, she made, it appears, based on your.
Gray.
So because it's gray, she made $47,000 or less on this house.
yeah, and I think she probably made a profit, bottom line profit on this house.
Let's turn to one more example, please, okay? Scott, can I get the Mill Creek example? Okay. make sure we all understand. She purchased, does this say that she purchased the Mill Creek house for $650,000
Yes,
and that she borrowed 3 times right away, 721,115 and 41.
yeah, so she bought this in March. So the borrowed funds of 721 is what she borrowed out of the gate. And then the 115 came a few months later.
Okay. And how about the 41?
And that was also a few months later.
So kind of equity at the time of purchase or within a few months of purchase, she was $228,000 in the hole on this house.
Yes,
She sold it for $1,115,000.
that's correct.
But she had closing costs. She had to repay what she bought on it. And she had $836,000 in costs unrelated to the rehab. Is that correct?
Right, that's just the loan. And you'll notice that the repayment of borrowed funds is the same amount as the borrowed funds above.
Right.
So I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly why I did that, but that is the interest should be on top of that. So that's a conservative amount. There should be interest payment or interest costs.
Why did you not include the interest costs?
I can't remember. I had a reason and I can't remember.
But your reason at bottom was it was conservative to not include them?
It was she had to repay at least what she borrowed.
Okay.
So
But at the end of this transaction, when it closed, how much money hit her bank account?
$32,467.43.
And were you able to trace rehab expenses to this project?
Yes,
How much did you trace to this project?
$188,000.
But there could be more that you were unable to trace.
There could be more. Yeah.
There could be more out of that pot of 400,000.
This was a big project. And yes,
So at the end of the day, 32 minus the 188 left her losing $155,000 on this project,
at least that. Yes.
maybe more.
Yes.
Okay, Scott, let's back out of the whole shebang and go to the far right column. Okay, let's look at the numbers kind of off the page. There's 2 outlying numbers. The first is what does that 2.142 million mean?
That is her net equity in all of these projects. So I've taken, that's a horizontal sum. So negative 2.1 million that she was in the hole as soon as she purchased the projects.
Then we go down to that negative 469,000. What does that number mean?
That means again, that's a horizontal sum across all properties. What I estimate her net loss was on all those properties. Yes, net loss on all those properties.
So she lost 469,000 based on this accounting.
Right, and that doesn't include the 400,000 in additional expenses. Actually, it's 460,000 for all of the projects. So add that together, and then it also there's no net loss that I've included in this number for the properties that were lost in foreclosure.
Okay.
Because they weren't sold.
So this is only properties that were sold. She lost 469,000 plus another 460 that you were unable to directly trace to a project. So just on properties that were sold, forgetting about properties that were foreclosed, she lost over $900,000.
That's correct.
Scott, can you go to the Barney column? Okay. I just want to show the Barney column. I think, Your Honor, this would be a good time to pause and we can come back and address the Barney House.
Very good. Folks, let's take a break. Please rise for the jury. Ms. Karrington, you are welcome to take a walk, use the restroom. Please do not speak to anyone during the break. 20 of 11, is that agreeable, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor? Okay, we'll be in recess until 10:40. Thank you.
Okay, sorry guys. Let me fast forward us through.
Zero 139. Forgive me, Ms. Nestor, the Barney house, among other things, went into foreclosure, correct?
After Ms. Richins was arrested, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this is the house in which there was a loan from a friend that was used for a purpose different than what was represented. Is this that one?
Kind of. So originally, Kouri Richins Realty purchased the property. She ended up moving a friend in after she had purchased it. They were trying to arrange a purchase. The friend could not qualify for a loan. So they were trying to do a seller financing agreement where the friend would pay a chunk to Kouri to make up, so Kouri could pay off the hard money lenders, and then Kouri would just keep the property. They would seller finance it over time. There was a dispute right before Ms. Richins was arrested. She was holding off switching the deed to the name of the friend because there's reasons why that was. It had to do with the insurance claim on the house that was pending. But there is debate about whether or not the delay in switching the deed to the friend's name was somehow dishonest or misleading to the friend or had been misled, that's up in the air. So if we're only looking at the Barney property for the purpose of this property profit analysis, I don't have a problem with that. If we're going to get into all of the representations that were made about the property, whether or not there was, I don't even think they're saying there was fraud, but whether there was dishonesty or any of that, then I want to have a 404B analysis. So I guess I'm just alerting everybody that this was one of the issues in my motion in limine. This was one of the issues the court said you'd probably have to hear foundation for at trial.
No, I ruled on this one specifically, but that's fine. We can raise it again.
Right. So I guess I'm just, as an abundance of caution before the jury comes back in, if we're going to get into all of that, I want to have a 404B analysis. If we're not, then I don't mind for purposes of just whether did you make a profit or loss on the property. That is irrelevant to me. I don't care about that.
Mr. Bloodworth, tell me where the state's headed with respect to the Barney property.
Your Honor, it's beyond that column of profit and loss analysis. It will go into the $45,000 down payment that Ms. Barney made on the property, tracing those funds to pay, I think it was Fund 5 payday lender.
Put differently, to pay something other than the hard money loan on the property.
Correct.
Okay. And then it eventually went into foreclosure.
It did eventually go into foreclosure. We may get there. I don't know that we will get there.
Okay. Any other detail regarding the Barney property that you tend to elicit?
Yes, Your Honor. So initially the Barney property was financed by a more traditional mortgage lender. In getting financing on the Barney property in June of 2021, Kouri Richins submitted a bank statement to the lender purportedly from AFCU showing a certain balance. Her bank statement from AFCU shows a different balance. C&E's bank statement from AFCU shows that first certain balance. And so it would be an exercise in admitting those three bank statements and moving on. I think that is consistent with the court's ruling. The other issue that may arise is there was an email from that hard money lender questioning Ms. Richins about her credit score in comparison to the available cash in the purported bank statement. And then in response, Kouri Richins provides an explanation of her credit score that is relevant because, well, the inquiry is relevant because the lender had noticed a disconnect between her balance and her credit score. Kouri Richins' response is relevant because she had a very different response to a different lender in response to a similar question.
Okay, so Ms. Nestor, I think it would be appropriate to give the jury a 404B instruction to the following effect, and we can have a conversation about the details here, but something to the effect of, you are about to hear evidence that defendants' representations to her lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining a non-character issue such as motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time.
Your Honor, could you please read that very first part where you said you're about to hear, what was that?
Evidence that defendants' representations to lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case.
Okay, it's not just lenders though, it's also her statements to Ms. Barney, who was her
I don't know
tenant.
that we're going to get into evidence of that, are we?
So
I can add that to the list. That's fine. But it wasn't clear to me that the back and forth between
The lenders and others, because part of this
Fine.
is in an email to her,
okay,
to a banker. It's not, I mean, through her,
lenders and others is not a problem.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I am so a visual person. May I just look at it? What you have in your hand?
Is CR 411. It is the standard Muji second 404B
No, just the very
instruction.
first part, the part that you wrote.
Representation.
Okay, I don't know why the stream keeps doing this. That is so annoying.
So, Your Honor, it begins in the summer of kind of late summer, early fall 2021 into January 2022.
Okay. So Ms. Nestor.
Okay, so that language is fine in the instruction, but I just want to make sure the record is very, very clear that my objection is to it coming in at all, that to inject wire fraud with respect to Ms. Barney, banking fraud, wire fraud with respect to the email that she sent, banking fraud with respect to altering bank statements, all into an aggravated murder case where she is not charged with any of these counts, is significantly prejudicial, is a significant attack on her character, offered to show action in conformity It is irrelevant. It is 404B. And just to make sure I've made the record, 401, 403, 404B as to all of that coming in, period.
Okay. As discussed on the record in multiple days of motion and limine hearing, and in 2 written rulings by the court, both on defendants' motions in limine and the court's amended ruling regarding intrinsic evidence. Defendants' 404B objection to the admissibility and defendants' objection to the admissibility of this evidence under rules 401, 401, 02, and 03 are overruled for the reasons discussed on the record previously and written about extensively by the court. The issue before the court today is the form of a 404B instruction to be given before the evidence comes in. I think we've arrived at that form, correct, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, any addition there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're ready for the jury.
Okay, real quick. Our courtroom insider said the jury is definitely engaged and that when the HELOC loan was brought up and Nestor objected, the jury was like visibly like caught their attention. Like the objection made them even more intrigued. Like I think the jury is picking up that when they object, that means something bad's about to come in. And then she said that it seemed like they all wrote down that Eric never initiated any transactions with the HELOC loan. And when she tied it together that like the $60,000 started and it went into Kouri's bank account, that was like a light bulb went off. So that's our little courtroom update.
Is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining defendant's motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, when we left off, we had highlighted the column labeled 299/Barney. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What does 299/Barney refer to?
There's a house, the address starts with 299, and it's a house where Kouri Richins' best friend, Chelsea Barney, lived. So that's my abbreviation of that house.
And did you analyze that purchase transaction?
I did.
Are you familiar with Iron Bridge Financial?
Yes.
What is Iron Bridge?
They are a hard money lender, and they are the lender that Kouri Richins engaged for this particular property purchase.
What, ma'am, is a hard money lender?
Hard money lenders are typically it's called hard money because the terms are hard and they're hard. The interest rates are higher than conventional loans like from a bank or a credit union typically. They also have very strict default clauses. They're usually used for shorter term lending. So there will be like a a specific term, usually 6 months or 12 or something. And the terms are defined at a certain interest rate. And then upon default, it's an exponential growth. The default, or excuse me, the interest rate quite often will double or.
The state moves to admit 5-7.
Previous objections, Your Honor.
Is often use hard money lenders.
They do. Lender, and they are the lender that Kouri Richins engaged for this particular property purchase.
What, ma'am, is a hard money lender?
Hard money lenders are typically it's called hard money because the terms are hard and they're hard. The interest rates are higher than conventional loans, like from a bank or a credit union. Typically, they also have very strict default clauses. They're usually used for shorter term lending. So there will be like a specific term, usually 6 months or 12 or something. And the terms are defined at a certain interest rate. And then upon default, it's an exponential growth. The default, or excuse me, the interest rate quite often will double or other terms. Yeah.
And do fix and flip businesses often use hard money lenders?
They do.
Did Kouri Richins apply to Iron Bridge for a loan secured by the Barney home?
Yes.
Did you review materials in Iron Bridge's loan file? Scott, can I get 5-57, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
So as I said, there's the header, K. Richins Realty LLC. The account number is 6577 and the statement of May 2021. And
what-
then,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
sorry. And then in the summary section, you can see that there's 3 different accounts that are reported on this statement, and collectively at month end, the balance was $210,898.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
Scott, can I have 5-29 alpha?
I think the witness can see it.
Okay,
Can you see it?
I do now, sorry. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for K. Richins Realty from America First for the account number 6577 for May of 2021. And this was directly from the credit union pursuant to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 529A.
Same objections.
529A is admitted. Published now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Scott, if you can zoom in. Ma'am, what does this present?
This shows in the header, the K. Richins Realty LLC. This time it's using that PO Box 759 in Camas. This is for the account number 6577, and this is the May of 2021 statement.
And what does it show as the balance?
It shows 2 accounts, not 3, and the total at month end is $15,609.93.
Thank you, Scott. If you can swoop to 5-32B. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for C&D Stone Masonry, which is Eric Richins' account company. And this is the May of 2021 statement that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to admit 5-32B, Your Honor.
Same objection.
5-32B is admitted.
And what, ma'am, does this present?
So in the header, we can see the company is C&E Stone Masonry LLC, which is Eric Richins and his business partner's company, and their account is 7664, and this is the account statement from May of 2021.
And what is the ending balance?
The ending balance of those three accounts is $210,898.61.
Is it accurate then that the statement provided by the lender Ironbridge contained the header of K. Richins Realty and the account summary for C&E Stone Masonry?
That's right, and also the body of the transactions.
Scott, can I get exhibit 2-6, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Ironbridge and Kouri Richins, and this was from Ironbridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-6 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's see. Do we need the top half? Can we focus just on Kouri's? But Mike, I'm sorry, let me restate my question. Do you care about the before and after or just Kouri's statement?
Your Honor, the email was bottom up.
Right.
The state needs to admit the bottom to understand Ms. Richins, the effect here being
Okay.
Ms. Richins. We can redact that first line. I think it doesn't matter either way to the state.
Objection to instructing the jury that they not consider any of these statements other than those written by Ms. Richins for the truth.
No objection to that instruction.
Ms. Nestor.
Not to the instruction, but remain objection to the entire document.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see an email string. Ms. Richins' portion of the email string, you may consider for any purpose to whatever extent you the other portions of the email string, you may consider only for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins, upon the listener, not for the truth of any matter asserted in those other portions. Publish 2-6.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Brittany, in case I didn't say it, 2-6 is admitted.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the bottom and enlarge that, please. Yes. And then Scott, if you can scroll up to Ms. Richins' reply, please.
Oh, dang, Kouri, this doesn't look good for you, honey.
Thank you, Scott. Ms. Karrington, did you analyze whether all of Kouri Richins' credit card delinquencies were paid off in July of 2021?
I did.
Were they?
No.
lying again.
Scott, can I get 5-21? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the promissory note between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty and Iron Bridge for the purchase of this house.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-21.
Same objections.
5-21 is admitted.
Scott Wright, if you can zoom in, please, on that top portion. Ms. Karrington, what information does this provide?
Well, starting with the top on the right is it's called a bait stamp number. That's something that's applied after the fact. So that tells me that this came from Iron Bridge. This is then the secured promissory note between K. Richins Realty and Iron Bridge, and the loan amount where it says principal amount is $346,500 at a 10% interest rate. And it also tells me that this is a note that matures, means it's due on January 8th of 2022.
For context, ma'am, what at this time were traditional mortgage interest rates?
They were at those historic lows, 2.5%, 3.5% for a 30-year mortgage.
And did this loan involve a balloon payment?
It did.
So am I right then that for the 6 months term of the 6-month term of the loan, Kouri Richins did not owe any money?
This one, it was a balloon, but this one did require monthly payments.
But then everything was due on January the 8th, 2022.
That's correct. So it was started in the summer, and she had the monthly payments on it, and then she had to either refinance or pay it off by January 8th of 2022.
Thank you, Scott. Did Kouri Richins endeavor to refinance?
Yes, she did.
And did she use Excel Financial Services to try to refinance that loan?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-60, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's the America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins, her personal checking 5244 for July of 2021. And this is from Excel Financial and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state, Your Honor, moves 5-60 into evidence.
Same objections.
5-60 is admitted.
Scott, can you blow it up? Real quick, Ms. Karrington, we're going to go through this a few times, but real
Okay.
quick.
This is America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins, her personal account 5244, July of 2021. And then the 3 accounts in the summary section shows that she had $694,730.15 at the month end.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
5-35A, please, Scott. Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins, her personal account 5244 in August of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-35A.
Same objections.
5-35A is admitted.
Scott, if you could enlarge it, please.
It's enlarged.
Oh, doubly enlarged. Ma'am, what does this present?
That this is Kouri Darter and Richins account using that PO Box 759, the account number 5244, which is that personal checking account, August of 2021. And the total of the two accounts is $1,893.94 at the end of the month.
Scott, can you bring up 5-32A, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the American First Credit Union account for C&E Stone Masonry, the account 7664, January of 2021, that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the statement was 532A into evidence.
Same objections.
5-32A is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this present?
So this is from the credit union, C&D Stone Masonry's account 7664 in January of 2021. And there are three accounts collectively at month end, $694,730.15.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up Exhibit 2-7, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a document in response to the subpoena from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 2-7 into evidence.
Same objections, Your Honor.
Would you approach for a minute?
Kouri is just so mad at this evidence. She does not hide it well. But it's like, honey, you created this mess, nobody else. And Nestor's tone, it's just something about it. It just is like so bad. Like she could just say same objection, but instead it's like same objection, Your Honor. Like she is just so mad to even have to do her job. And I don't know where it went, but somebody said, where is it? It puts a spotlight on it. That's exactly what people in court said is happening. Whenever she objects, the jury is like putting two and two together that something bad and important is about to come up. Oh yeah, she's mad. Like this testimony has her mad like we haven't seen before in trial. And then somebody else said, why is this coming in? What's the difference between this and like Alec Murdaugh and his appeal? And the big issue was how much came in. And hang on. The difference is that there are actual financial charges in this indictment. Alec Murdaugh's was only the 2 counts of murder. So because like the forgery and insurance fraud, all of that is included in this, this goes to those counts as well as motive evidence. So let's go.
Moving to admit 2-7.
Yes, Your Honor.
States 2-7 is admitted. One moment, please.
Ma'am, I'm sorry again. Was this information that came from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige?
Yes.
Scott, if you could enlarge the bio portion of, thank you. Ms. Carrington, did you analyze Kouri Richins' finances to determine if she employed anyone, and if so, how many employees she had?
Yes.
How many employees did she have?
I don't know how many employees, but the payroll expenses that appear in her bank account statements are in the neighborhood of like $1,500 or $2,500. They're not consistent. So I don't know how many, but it's a very low number.
When you say her payroll expenses are, what did you say, 1,500?
Some of them are $1,500 or in the neighborhood of $2,000 or $2,500. They're not consistent.
Okay. And is it called 1,500 to 2,500 weekly, biweekly, monthly?
No, they're occasional, they're periodic, and nothing that would rise to the level of paying, I don't think, paying over 100 people.
Would it rise to the level of paying over 3 people?
Depends on how much they're making.
In your analysis, did you find any evidence that Kouri Richins profited $1 million on any 5 of her deals combined?
No.
Thank you, Scott. Can we get, please, Exhibit 4-5?
Same objections.
4-5 is admitted.
Your Honor, before we publish, well,
My apologies.
that page doesn't matter.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that, Scott, can you scroll down 1 page? 2 pages? 3 pages? 4 pages? Your Honor, stop there. Article 4 is, that's the relevancy.
Okay. I may be missing a nuance here. Ms. Nestor, anything, folks, I apologize. In an abundance of caution, please approach the bench for a moment.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but notice this is Eric's other sister, Amy. She sits back there and literally note takes the whole entire day. Like, Eric's family knows probably more than the prosecution knows, forwards and backwards. And the amount of time and money and resources they have poured into getting answers of what was going on is just more than we could ever imagine.
This is the operating agreement of K. Richins Realty, dated June 7th of 2021. And this was provided by Excel Financial and David Ige in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please, to Article 4. Thank you. Scott, if you could bring up 5-61, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins, the account 5244 for September 2021 that was sent by Excel Financial and Mr. Ige in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-61.
Same objections.
5-61 is admitted.
Ma'am, what information does that present?
It's an America First Credit Union statement. It says Kouri Richins in the header for September 2021 for the personal account 5244. And in the summary section, those three accounts collectively at the end of September were $169,442.28.
Did you attempt to verify this statement?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 5-35B? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins, her account 5244 for October 2021. This came directly from the credit union. And then if you look in the, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. This came from, in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
State moves to admit 5-35B.
Same objections.
5-35B is admitted.
Scott, 5-32D. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement from the credit union of C&E Stonemasonry, account 7664 in September 2001, directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-32D.
Same objections.
5-32D is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in. Ma'am, what does this present?
That for the account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664 in September 2021, the three accounts collectively were $169,442.28.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 5-62? Scott, can you bring up can you take 562 down? Can you bring up 5-29D? Split screened with 5-29C. Ma'am, do these documents follow the same pattern we've just discussed?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, the state moves 562D, 529D, and 529C into evidence.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Was it 562 or 562D?
I don't know what.
It's just 562.
Would
I
you
don't
like
know.
to see that again, Ms. Nestor?
Yes. So same objections to 529C and 529D. I don't remember seeing 562. So if we could just put that up for a second.
Sure.
Same objections.
Okay.
Genuinely,
5-62 and 5-29D and -29C are admitted.
Okay, Your Honor, we're not going to publish them. I
Understood.
think everybody understands.
Okay.
I'm going to bring up another set of 3. Scott, if you could start with 524.
Would you pause for 1 second? Do you need a moment? Do you need any clarification? Correct. Correct. Okay. Would you say the number again?
5-24.
The witness hasn't. At least I think you do.
I do have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm tracking wrong. I'm tracking the wrong exhibit number, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Hold on.
That's right.
so they're putting it all in evidence to be able to use in closing arguments later, and they'll sum it all up. But that's why I don't know how she's going to handle cross, because genuinely, like, the documents are what they are. They speak for themselves. I want to say the first time we saw Miss Brooke Karrington testify, Sky was the attorney, so Sky cross-examined her, and she really didn't do much damage. Like, she couldn't do anything because they are what they are.
E and 532E into evidence.
Same objections.
524, 529E, and 532E are admitted.
The Bates number I'm interested, that's that number at the top for the 524s. The Bates number ending in 149.
I think that's all they can do is say, Eric, we don't know what Eric knew.
Scott, can you bring up 5-29F and 5-32F? Ma'am, do those 2 documents, along with 524 at page 152, follow the same pattern that you've just testified to?
They do.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last thing. 529F, 532F, and what?
Exhibit 5-24 that we just admitted, but page 152.
Same objections.
Okay, 5-29F and 532F are admitted.
Ma'am, I want to ask you now about a $45,000 set of wire transfers related to the Barney home. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
What is your understanding of the purpose of those wire transfers?
Those were in January of 2022 from Chelsea Barney to Kouri Richins for the purpose of a down payment to buy the 299 Barney house.
So is the down payment?
Objection to speculation about what it was for and hearsay. Move to strike.
Sustained. Lay some foundation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, or Scott, can you bring up exhibit 2-19DR?
Would you mind blowing it up, Scott? I can't read the text.
There's several pages, Your Honor.
Bloodworth is like, get your shit together. Like, he's annoyed that he's having to pause because of her.
And just so the court knows where I'm going, I'll just move to admit it.
Also, I just got an update that there's new activity happening
Okay.
at Nancy.
Same objection to this exhibit, Your Honor, that we've already, same objections.
403 and 404B.
Yes, sir.
Okay, those objections are respectfully overruled. Forgive me, this was a long number. Would you go back to page 1?
Yes.
States Exhibit 2-19D-R is admitted. Did this witness see this document?
Yes, she did, Your Honor.
Okay, take it from there.
And just, I think the court is aware, but the labeling 2-19 is the exhibit number. D means it's a demonstrative. R means it's redacted. Ms. Karrington, have you seen this document before?
I have, yes.
Your Honor, can the court publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Scott, if you could just slowly, please walk the jury down the text string. Ma'am, is this a text string between Chelsea Barney and Kouri Richins?
That's my understanding, yes.
And Kouri Richins is in blue, right, at the 1987 number?
I believe so, yes.
I feel like we need to hear from this Chelsea girl. Yeah, I think this is where it's heading. The fact that she's just like so casually, let me just pile on more debt. Don't worry about it. The amount of moving money is actually wild. Having to put all the money in an account that's so far negative. Oh, I'd be nervous too, girl. It's truly bizarre that they do text messages and stuff this way. Like we don't want questions over here. Not the Venmo. I wonder if we're gonna hear from this Barney lady. I feel like she would have a lot of tea on Kouri. Ten of these a week? Girl.
Scott, we can stop it there. Thank you. That text exchange mentioned a $45,000 down payment. Did you trace those two wires?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could bring up 5-29G at Bates 794.
Kouri looks nervous.
Your Honor, this has already been admitted.
D or G?
G.
Is that correct, Brittany? Okay. Go ahead.
Ms. Karrington, what is this again?
This is the K. Richins Realty account statement 6577 for January of 2022 from America First Credit Union.
And when you trace those two wires totaling $45,000, did they land in this account?
Yes, they did.
Can you please show us where?
Sure. Scott, can we do let's see, it's the middle. We need to go down a little bit to like the 11th. The 12th, like the 11th and 12th. Yes, thank you. So you can see on the 12th, the $26,700 coming in. And then if you go down a few other lines, also on the 12th, down a little bit more right there, that bank-to-bank transfer, that's $18,300 coming into the account. Those are those two wires from Chelsea Barney.
And Scott, if you can move it to the left. At the time they hit the account, what was the account's balance?
It was in the negative $1,996.68.
Did you then trace the funds from this account?
I did.
Can you please show us what happened to that money?
Well, the majority of it, well, a lot of it, almost half, went to the family account, the $19,299 on the 12th, the middle transaction. That went to the family account, the 2204 that says Eric Richins. That's the joint checking account that Eric and Kouri Richins used for family expenses.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to this whole line on the same grounds?
Please proceed, Mr. Bloodworth.
And then also there were she paid debt payments.
Okay, so the $19,300 went out. And then how long did it take her to deplete the rest of that $45,000?
Well, we have to account for another $9,000 that came into the account, but it was gone within a few days.
Did any of it go to a mortgage on the Barney home?
No.
What did it go to?
The transaction that's highlighted, the $19,299, that is the same amount that was paid to FundFi, which is one of Kouri Richins' payday lenders.
So that money went from this KRR account to the personal joint account, and
That's
then
correct.
to FundFi to pay off debt.
The part of that's true. So this amount on January 12th, see right before this payment had been made. So this money going back to the family account replenishes that exact amount.
Let's do that. Let's go to 5-33A. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that?
This is the America First Credit Union statement of the family account 2204 of February of 2022, which includes the January 22 transactions, and this is in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-33A.
Same objections.
533A is admitted.
Can you show us on this account that 19,299 transaction you were just referencing?
Yes, Scott, I think it's on the second page. Yes. Thank you. So you can see on January 10th, a bank-to-bank transfer of $19,299. So that came out of the family account. And I know from tracing this, that went to Fund 5 for Kouri Darden Richins.
And Fund 5 was one of her payday lenders?
Yes.
Scott, can I get exhibit 5-30, please? Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the information from America First Credit Union that details the incoming wire or the outgoing wire. And it was returned in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-30.
Same objections.
5-30 is admitted.
And what information does this present?
This tells us the date at the top left, January 10th, 22. It tells us the amount that is $19,299 there on the left. And in the middle column, it tells us that it came from the account 2204-9, but 2204. That's the family account. On the right column, it tells us the beneficiary, who's the receiver of the wire, is Fundify Merchant Funding. And then if you go down to the bottom, so the originator is the person who sends the wire, the beneficiary is the one who receives it. So this is instructions or notations from Kouri Richins or someone who sent this to pay off K. Richins. That's the instruction.
Let's go back to the loans for a minute. You had testified earlier that that Iron Bridge loan became due on January the 8th, 2022. Is that right?
That's right.
Did Ms. Richins make that balloon payment to satisfy that loan on January the 8th?
No, she did not.
What happened?
She extended that loan for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. She extended the loan, giving her more time to pay it.
And during that time, was she trying to get a new loan from Excel Financial?
That's true. Yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Check to speculation.
Did you review her correspondence with Excel Financial?
I did.
Did that correspondence explain why she submitted so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Well, initially, the loan was in her name, just Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty. And she had some bank account statements were submitted for that. And then as the underwriting process went forward, they asked for a co-signer. And so that's when the operating agreement that now show Doreen Kouri with some ownership of K. Richins Realty, when that was submitted, and also bank account statements were submitted for that. And then another stage where they needed to show a specific amount in a bank account statement in order to close. And the loan then became Doreen Kouri's loan as the principal of K. Richins Realty.
Did K. Richins Realty ever enter into a financing agreement with Excel?
No.
What then happened with the Iron Bridge loan once it was extended once?
It remained unpaid, and it was extended again to March 8th, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, this may be a good point to break.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
12:40 reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, normal instructions. Please don't talk about the case. You'll have access to your devices, and so please be careful to not read, watch, or listen to any report about the case from any source. Please don't do any research about the case. You're welcome to talk to each other about all kinds of other things, but not this case. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, let's see if they do any motions arguments or what happens, but they might just be going straight to it.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Ms. Karrington, please don't consult with anyone regarding your testimony during the lunch break.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We'll be back at 12:40. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was interesting. And for all of us nosy people, that was like, it can be very dry testimony, but it's very interesting in the context of how much debt Kouri was in and what she was doing with her money. Yeah, we're going to dub ourselves that. Sorry, I can't, watching a trial. But for this type of testimony, I don't find Brooke boring at all. Like, she's very clear. We know what she's saying, and it's easy to trace what the financial situation was at the time. And I don't want to give any spoilers, but I'm also going to give it a little spoiler. I think what ultimately happens is Kouri never put that money towards the Barney house, and then it ultimately like foreclosed or something. I don't know. It was something like that where Kouri never paid on it and couldn't keep up with it. And then the friend like lost the house essentially. But I want to hear from her because I think she would have so much tea on Kouri. Like, I think she's kind of like that person I was referring to. Like somebody that Kouri thought was her friend that she was really taking advantage of, that probably knows now that she was burnt by Kouri, and I think she could have stuff to say. Yes, okay, that's what I thought. I'm like, I know that came out somewhere. But she testified. You asked what I thought about Sky. Sky did, I'm trying to think. Sky for sure was there and cross-examined on the detention hearing. And that would be such a fun watch to go and watch because like so much comes in during that detention hearing. But I can't remember what attorneys were on the case for the preliminary hearing that would have cross-examined, because I think we saw Brooke twice, the preliminary hearing and the detention hearing, and she testified to like how much financial trouble Kouri was in. So both of those, if you haven't watched those, I will try to find those and put them in the description of this video if you want to watch those, because some of that evidence won't come into trial at all. Like Kouri throat punching her sister-in-law, that's not coming into trial. That's not true. They can talk about the incident happening, like an altercation, but they can't say what in detail happened. But those two, anyways, back to what I thought about Sky. she was good, but we didn't see too much of her. She was definitely like a flashy female attorney. Kind of like her style's not the same as Alan Jackson, but she has that aura and vibe about her, like privately funded defense attorney. But what happened there was Sky's whole firm represented Kouri. There were people working the probate matter, the civil cases, and then Sky had a team on the criminal matter. And something happened between Kouri and one of the attorneys in the probate matter that caused the whole firm to say, we're not messing with Kouri anymore. I don't know what it was. I would love to know what it was, but Kouri was doing Kouri things, I think. I think that's all it was. And yeah, she does have a cool name, like Karrington. I love that. But yeah, something happened. And Sky has went on a couple YouTube podcasts as like a guest. And every time she gets asked about Kouri's case, obviously she can't talk about it. But she just has this like vibe where you can tell that she's glad to not have to represent Kouri. So no, I think money may have played a part of it, but no, because her whole firm was representing Kouri in the criminal matter, the probate matter, the civil case that Kouri is suing. Like, there's so many separate cases, and something happened that caused them to withdraw as a firm. But I don't think it was money. I mean, Kouri doesn't have money. I think Kouri was lying about funds she had access to. Imagine that. And maybe they were able to track it through discovery. No, I don't think she's likable at all. And it seemed like her way of moving through life was finding people that she could take advantage of and what benefited Kouri. Like, that's why I said I would love to hear from people who she thought were her friends as Kouri being their friend. Because I think at the end of the day, they probably all realized they were being used. And I want that level of gossip. I want to know what Kouri was doing to these people, how she was using them, what she was telling them. Because she's a talker. So I want to know what she said. And I kind of hope we hear from this Chelsea Barney. But I'm ultimately going to have to end this stream because they're not coming back until 2:40. But I'm trying to think what we could do in the meantime. Do you guys have any suggestions? The update on Nancy Guthrie that I last got was the people with like the spade to dig and the metal detectors say that they're looking for any jewelry or small items that could have been dropped during Nancy Guthrie's abduction. And a bunch of vehicles arrived in the driveway and went inside the home. It doesn't specify if it was law enforcement or what, but did you guys see that, what's his face, Luke Daly, the one who was detained last with the Range Rover, that he gave a sit-down interview? Did you guys see that? And he shaved his face, like doesn't look anything like he did previously, which I thought was interesting. I don't think we necessarily have time for that, but yeah. And he doesn't look anything like it almost gives the appearance that he is trying to look very, very different. Let's see. Okay, let's do a jury update. We weren't the only ones on the edge of our seat. She said, The discussion between the judge and lawyers regarding the emails had them on the edge of their chairs. Jurors, after reading these emails, are looking over at the defense table, some pretty steadily. So I think these are referring to the emails where she was blaming Eric for her debt and credit card defaults and everything else. Some jurors are even rubbing their faces, definitely breaking from their baseline. And she says this is the most engaged they have seen the jurors, especially one of the jurors that is typically quite poker faced. So it seems like the jury is picking up on what's being laid down. Court is back at 12:40 local time, so like in 30-ish minutes. They're on lunch break, yes. So it definitely seems like they are understanding what's going on. I'm going to pull up real quick the preliminary hearing was several days long, so not that, but the detention hearing, the original one. And I'm going to see how long that is. Okay, so that's pretty long. But I'm going to try to get to the point where Amy testifies, and we might watch that. Hang on just a second.
Detention hearing.
Not necessarily. I mean, only to the extent that I have not been provided a copy of any of the jail phone calls that I could find last night when I was searching.
Do you have any of the audio?
No, that have been provided in discovery. So.
All right.
I don't know what to do with that.
Well.
Son, brother, uncle, and father. It is visceral. And with the sorrow comes.
So.
All right.
I don't know what to do with that.
Well.
So I guess,
Out of
yes,
fundamental
I would have
fairness for the defendant, and without having to address the need to postpone or continue this detention hearing, I am not going to consider that phone call. State's Exhibit 1 is.
Okay, so real quick, I fast forwarded to the original bail hearing where we will hear Amy Richins give almost like a victim impact statement. So that's what we're about to listen to.
State's Exhibit 3, for the purposes of this detention hearing, is not.
Okay.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we have no further witnesses. However, we do have a victim impact statement from the victim representative.
And if you could just name that person for us.
That's Amy Richins.
Amy, if you don't mind stepping forward to the podium. Good morning. Go ahead.
Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm here today to represent my brother, Eric Eugene Richins, whose life was taken in a senseless act of poisoning on March 3rd, 2022. His wife, the defendant, has been accused of committing this crime. If she is found guilty, she has committed the ultimate act of betrayal. Eric is gone, and I am brokenhearted. He was my best friend and protector. The feeling of loss is so great it is visceral. And with the sorrow comes a wave of panic at not being able to see him again. I can never talk to him, never hug him again, and never more be a part of his life. Eric's world revolved around his family, his love for hunting, the family cattle ranch, and his intense drive as a successful entrepreneur. Being born into the Richins legacy shaped Eric's formative years and resulted in a lifetime of hard work, dedication, and fierce loyalty. At an early age, Eric learned the joys of keeping horses and cows around. He spent countless hours worked the ranch, hauling hay, feeding the animals, and mending fences. He loved our family unconditionally and was a devoted son, brother, uncle, and father. Eric was a family man who always strove to be the absolute best father and husband. He was an attentive and loving father to his 3 sons and a devoted husband to his wife of almost 9 years, Kouri, the defendant. Eric did absolutely everything in his power to provide his family and his 3 sons with every possible to grow and have fun. He was the coach or assistant coach on all his boys' teams, which included soccer, basketball, and baseball. He spent countless hours coaching and teaching the boys to play aggressive and give it their all. Eric truly cared about every single child he coached and wanted the absolute best for all of them. There was never a dull moment when you were around Eric, whether it was him showing up to a family dinner with no socks or because he had to make an emergency bathroom stop along the way, or his calling to tell you he rolled the 4-wheeler for the upteenth time is stuck and he needs you to come get him. It was never boring. Eric loved to have fun and always wanted to make sure everyone else did as well. He owned almost every motorized toy possible, from 4-wheelers and side-by-sides to trucks and snowmobiles, and was so excited to share those with his sons. He had the perfect combination of business sense and foresight. He built a very successful masonry business from the ground up and helped many friends do the same. He had a special ability to build close relationships with everyone he worked with, which really allowed his business to thrive. Eric loved every aspect of his job, but most of all, he loved the people he worked for. Eric faithfully supported organizations that he truly believed in. He never was one that wanted recognition or accolades. He did most things anonymously and without recognition. Eric was a true champion of all. It did not matter if you were an employee, friend, family, or the next random person walking down the street. If you needed anything, you could count on him. He truly cared about each person he met. Eric loved fully, laughed loudly, and lived life. He enjoyed great adventures to far-off places, but also cherished the small and finer things in life. No obstacle was too great for Eric. He simply viewed each one as a challenge. No peak was too high, and the next adventure was always just around the next bend. Words cannot describe the loneliness and loss that is felt in every heart that was lucky enough to know him. Eric was such an inspiration and role model for us all. His loss has created a Grand Canyon-sized hole in this community. Except instead of taking millions of years to slowly form, our worlds change overnight. His 3 boys' entire worlds and their perspectives on life changed. None of our lives will ever be the same. Eric died under horrendous circumstances. I am tormented at the thought of what he endured. I play it out in my mind. I go through the terrible sequence of events. I wonder when he realized he was in mortal danger. I may have said to him in his last moments, how long was he conscious, knowing he would die? Where were Did they hear Eric's body fall to the ground? Did they catch a glimpse of their father taking his last breath? It's torture to think of. Why did Eric lose his life? Why did the boys lose their father? Was it because of Kouri's greed and desire to get life insurance and other assets? If so, that is abhorrent. How could anyone value human life so cheaply? I cannot comprehend it. I'm overflowing with grief and pain at the thought that Eric meant so little to her. If Eric had died because of an illness, he would have been cared for. He could have looked after him and been with him. If he had died because of an accident, people would have tried to help. There would have been kindness. But there's to be had here. There's no concern. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, he was faced with betrayal and terror. The thought of it is unbearable. I am haunted by the horror of it. It has been a living hell for our family. We have watched as Kouri has paraded around portraying herself as a grieving widow and victim while trying to profit from the death of my brother. Both by trying to profit from a book about his death and trying to get life insurance and assets that should go exactly where Eric wanted them to his boys. Immediately killed, Kouri told us she could not help us get anything ready for the funeral as she was too distraught with grief. We shortly found out that was not true at all. In fact, she pulled herself off to go close on the purchase of a $2 million home, hire a real estate agent, hire an architect to create CAD drawings of the home, hire a lawyer in order to file a lawsuit on Eric's trust, hire a locksmith to come break into and clean out my brother's safe, and attempt to have Eric cremated. She mustered up the strength and resolve to do most of this within 48 hours of his death. Kouri assaulted me. I will never forget the look in her eyes when she attacked me that Sunday morning. It was early and had been snowing most of the night. I was just getting ready to leave and heading out to the car when I saw a locksmith in Eric's detached garage starting to drill out his gun safe. I asked Kouri multiple times why we could not just call my dad for the code. I could not understand why she was breaking into and ruining Eric's safe. To this, she screamed at me at the top of her lungs, called me some inappropriate things I cannot share with you here, and then told me to get out of her house. It was then that I told her that she could not kick me out of my brother's house. My sister Katie was now the executor of Eric's trust and estate, and just like Eric, she would not want the defendant breaking into his gun safe. Kouri looked at me with pure hatred and rage. I was messing up her plan. I was getting in her way, and because of that, she attacked me. Multiple times. It took 4 people to pull her off me that day. Before the funeral, Kouri opened a bank account and asked everyone that was grieving to send her money instead of sending the family cards and flowers. 2 weeks after Eric's passing, that we were told she had taken down my brother and removed all his clothing from the house. Kouri put together a golf tournament in Eric's name 2 months after his death on what would have been his 40th birthday and told his family, all of us, that we were not allowed to attend. Since Eric's death, it has come to our attention that Kouri took out multiple life insurance policies on Eric without his knowledge. It appears that she forged his signature on various documents, assigned herself as Eric's durable power of attorney, inappropriately diverted money from his business to herself, and assigned herself as beneficiary of Eric's portion of our mother's retirement account. I should also not forget to mention the multiple life insurances she has taken out on the boys. Her most recent business venture was authoring a children's book about how to help grieving children cope with the loss of the death of a parent. In this book, she had the audacity to use the boys' real names and even use their last family portrait. Her behavior gives me great concern, as she has exploited the boys for money and will likely do so again. In addition, Kouri has weaponized Eric's children, manipulating my dad to do or not do things by by threatening to cut him out of their lives if he did not capitulate to her demands. She similarly deprived the boys of contact with myself, my sister, and her daughters, unless we agreed to give her the money in Eric's trust. Money that Eric wanted to go to his 3 children. As if that were not enough, I've been told that Kouri started telling their 3 little boys that none of Eric's family or friends loved them. She apparently told them none of us cared for them or wanted to be around them, even though that is the exact opposite of what was happening. We all want nothing more than to be there for those 3 little boys, my nephews. Yet Kouri has made sure to cut us out of every aspect of their lives. This is all just a brief summary and the start of what our family has been through over the last year. We have scarcely gone a day without finding out some new allegations or evidence regarding something Kouri appears to have maliciously done to attack and undermine my brother, his 3 little boys, and our family. We have all been there since the beginning of Kouri's and Eric's relationship. I was there on one of their first dates. We were there at the wedding. We were there when each of the boys were born. We have been there for every birthday party, school graduation, and rodeo. We welcomed her into our family and treated her as one of us. Not only did she betray our brother, it feels as though she has murdered and taken away a part of our souls as well. Because of her actions, there has not been a day that has gone by we have not lived with paralyzing anxiety and fear, worrying for the boys' lives as well as our own. I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed. I was in fact willing to kill Eric for money. Who's to say that what she will not do? Who would be next? Kouri was in a desperate financial situation when Eric was killed, and that situation seems even worse now. We understand that she has defaulted on loans and is already a defendant in other lawsuits based on her financial misdeeds. I am truly concerned that she will stop at nothing to dig her way out of the problems, including murder. She seems devoid of moral sensibility, and there is no telling what she will do if she is released. Judge Mrazek, her fate lies in your hands. Please do not allow Kouri to use the fraudulent life insurance proceeds to get out on bail. That would be morally reprehensible. Please do not allow Kouri to take advantage and make a mockery of our justice and legal system anymore. She has done enough. Please do not allow Kouri to hurt Eric's memory, our family, friends, and community anymore. We have been through enough. Please do not give Kouri the opportunity to hurt Eric's 3 boys anymore. They have lost enough and have been through enough. Since Eric's death, we have learned and unfortunately are continually reminded that Kouri is desperate, greedy, and extremely manipulative. Out on bail, I will be afraid not only for my own life and those of all of my family, but most for the lives of Eric's 3 sons. Has already suffered enough. Please do not let Kouri out on bail where she will be a risk to do further harm. Please protect what Eric put his life on the line for, his 3 boys. Thank you.
Amy, thank you.
Okay, so that just goes to show how absolutely diabolical Kouri is. And there's just so much that she's done that will never get into evidence at this trial. Like, for example, taking out life insurance policies on her kids. And not that there's a problem with that, but there is when we know what she's capable of and what she was doing in the background. It's just like there's so much that she did to terrorize these people. And we won't hear any of that, but it goes to show what kind of person Kouri is at her core. And I don't know, what word would you use to describe her? I think greedy and manipulative defines who Kouri is. Kouri is all about herself and nobody else. I mean, she truly, I don't even have words for her, honestly. But I wanted to share that because I think it's important context to what the family knew and why they were fighting so hard for answers. Hiring a private investigator. Yeah. Narcissist, that's a good one. And how Kouri was acting in the immediate aftermath of her husband's death. Somebody who tragically loses their husband is not going to act that way towards the in-laws and exile them from not only her life, but her kids' lives. Like, that's just not normal behavior. For someone who thought she could trick the system and everyone around her, she could not control her own person. And like always, self-snitching. But anyways, court is on lunch break for about 10 more minutes. I can either cut the stream now or I can go until like 3:15, but I don't really want to cut the stream in the middle of testimony. So I think I will go ahead and actually wrap this up until tomorrow morning. I really wish this trial was on Eastern time zone. It'd be so much easier because going until like 7 p.m. at night is insane. Like Eastern time zone, 7 p.m. because they end at 5 p.m. So I think I will actually go ahead and end the live instead of waiting until they come back because that just doesn't make sense. So, oh yeah, Terry asking for money in lieu of flowers and setting up an account for people to directly deposit money into her account after his death. Like, diabolical, literally trying to profit off his death immediately. Wild. So anyways, I'm going to put timestamps in this whole live. That way it's easy to come back to for people on Replay Crew. Hi, if you're watching on Replay Crew, we love you. But thanks everyone for being here and hanging out again today. I will continue to update on stories and I will keep chatting with all of you, but I have a feeling this will be wrapping up soon and Cross will be starting. So thank you again. Please make sure that you like and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm sure you guys are. And I will set up a stream for tomorrow morning and be back tomorrow morning. So bye and have a good rest of the day. Hi, Baba.